Hello, how is everyone doing? I will wait downtime, then we will see if there is something interesting in the patch notes and then we get started. So downtime should start about now. Really? I hear the patching improving grounds? Where did you hear that? Hello, Neutronia. So there is a patch today. So, I think we can look into the patch notes. So there is a change to seasonal tracks. Seasonal point cap has been increased to 15 for the final week of the election, giving play more opportunity to support their candidates. New rewards have been added to the seasonal reward track, with the capstone now being presidential candidate favors which can be paid for officer modules. And ramp and drone fabricators have a capital escalation now. Difficulty we ramped up significantly, but so two are the rewards. And it gets honored by any capital except the Rorqual. And capitals are now veiled. And damage do more. NPC do more damage to capitals. They will no longer attack fighters. And superiority fights will deal full damage to NPC, Nanoswarm and Fabricator. The capital escalation provides extremely rewarding content, pushes even the most powerful ships in EVE to their limits. More ISK, more hybrid drones, and vastly more enemies. And several tweaks of enforcement ensure carries are a viable option, even giving dreadnoughts a run for their money. Do not sleep on space. Superiority fighters is a helpful give characters a fun and lucrative content source within Wormhole space. I think this only affects the NPCs from the rampant drone fabricators. Not all, I think. NPCs will now scale their damage based on the system reward. Less in class 1 and more in class 5 and 6. The rewards were, but the difficulty did not. And so they adjusted it. And they also improved the info panel. And there is a defect fix. Fix an issue where a Serenity only skin could be looted from a Galente Election YC128 crate. Okay. So this means today is basically just changes to the drone fabricator. So now you can also use capitals in there. But it gets much more difficult. And sites in low class are easier and higher class are harder now. Now that's what we have from today's patch. So nothing all too significant, I would say. Hello Melvin Mafia. So let's see if the server is up. And it is not. So it's starting in 0 seconds. Okay, yeah, it looks like it is stuck in this endless boot loop again, it seems. Yeah, we have to wait, it seems. Yeah, but if you want to bring capitals to the drone fabricator, you now can do so. Yeah, TQ stuck in a boot loop. The drone fabricator is a site that belongs to the Galente election event. You can find it in low second wormhole space. And this site is a little bit different to other combat sites. What is different is you can choose yourself how far you can complete. There are total 30 waves, and after each wave you have a 20-second timer where you can shoot the fabricator. And the longer you stay in the site, meaning the more waves you fight, the better the loot gets, but further waves get much more difficult over time. So if you kill the fabricator early, then it gets less loot, but if you kill it after the last wave, then you get the maximum payout. This is how this site works. And hello NobleNet. Yeah, server is still down, it seems. And hello Luboy Biden. So, and we have a 325 million ISK giveaway. I would say we're going to draw after the first site. Exclamation mark raffle to enter. Maybe they trying to restart the server again after it got stuck in this boot loop. Starting in 10 seconds. Let's see if that is real or not. So it is at 0. And again in a boot loop. Yeah, stuck again in this boot loop. Looks like the hamsters didn't got their proving ground filaments yet, as the server is still down yet. Come on CCP, give those little hamsters their proving ground filaments that they can finally log in. Please do that. Hello, Trukvi. Yeah, server is still in this boot loop. And server is off again. It looks like they have some problems with the server right now. They already took it offline twice and it seems to always get stuck in... where did he say that? From Earth, okay. Not too much longer than 11:15. Okay, with that in mind, we maybe can watch some proving ground clips until the server is live. Yeah, then let's watch one or two proving ground clips. Yeah, that's from the Praxis that does 2200 DPS this clip. Yeah, and the raffle is still on and we will still draw after the first sight. Just have to wait until the hamsters got their proving ground filaments and the server goes live. And wouldn't it be nice to have this content here back again? What do you think? think this fight actually ended very close. Hello, Stundenglas. Yeah, we still have the 325 million ISK raffle up that was redeemed earlier. And we will draw once we complete the first site. Server up. Okay, then we will log in after this clip, I would say. Oh, good, the clip is over. Then I want to close this. There's also a news item. I also wonder if there's going to be some new Twitch drops for the escalation of the event. So then let's try to log in now. Hello T-Tune. Yeah, server is up now. Finally. So, then I quickly claim those dailies. So, let's claim that. Then we're gonna switch to the main scene. Somehow selects the wrong window, but now I have the correct one. Then I need to open Evo preview. Let's do that. Make fleets. Let's do this. Let's see if I'm in the right ships for Firestorms today. Yes, that's the correct one. Yep, that's also the correct one. That's also correct. So I have ammunition. Good. So now just need to get some filaments. Take some drugs, and we're good to go, I would say. An extra officer mod for free. Although I must say that those new officer mods are not that much better than Faction 1. Like for example, if you compare that Nano to the Faction Nano, it's like only 0.6% more speed and like 0.5% more inertia bonus that you get. And as said, we will draw after the site. regroup and pop a filament. Then we go in. And we start with Angel. But an easy Angel room, just 3 Cinnaballs. But I can't directly approach because there's a speed cloud. And they are in that speed cloud. Let's kill those Cinnaballs. Cinnaball is about to go down. Go for that Ixion. And we have to switch to X-Ray. Work on the frigates. Start moving towards the cache. We set the reactives. Important, don't forget that before going to the next room. That first scan is already 113 million. Let's jump the gate. And we get drones. They get into that speed cloud. It was a very quick room. Start moving the cache. Yeah, we will draw after this first site. Ah, that's another nice scan. Around 180 million. Let's go to the last room. And there we get a Deep Watcher. Last chance to enter the 325 million ISK raffle. We will draw when I dock up. Let's get close to these battleships. Then we gonna load Gleam. From this first side we made 340 million ISK. And hello Freya. First Deep Watcher is down. Let's orbit the last Deep Watcher. So I already sent a drone to this battleship. approach the gate. It's about to go down. Hello, Will. So, last call on the raffle. Once docked, I will draw. And thank you for following Milky Way 1984. And let's dock up. Drop the loot. And then I will close the giveaway. Good luck, everyone. And Manikmons21, congratulations. $325 million ISK for you. Then let's go to the next site. Pop the filament. And we got Wetmax. First the Starving Damavic has to go, and then the Ghosting, so that we can properly apply to them. Let's lock this, and let's lock those two Starving Wetmax. Starving is already going all for DPS Retribution. Second Starving is about to go down. Then, so this one is the leader. Let's shoot this one. This switched back to the tank Retribution. With just one, we can already approach the cache. It switches again. Yeah, but it's dead anyway. Let's reset the hardener. The gate with the other ships. And activate it again. And load Aurora Umbau ships. Then we can go to the next room. Get Leszek. But nice it didn't spawn too far from the gate. So let's grab the loot and then take care of the Leszeks. And here I go first for the starvings and the blinding, as they tend to pull range. The renewings and the striking stay together with the drone frigates. And in this case they even come close because those drone frigates come close. And this means once these 3 Leszeks are gone, I can basically just sit somewhere and chill as they will all come close to me. This one. And why does it not switch charges on that one? Now it did. So the starvings are gone. Let's go for the blinding before it goes too far away. Then I can catch these 3 right at the gate. Gleam again. Shoot these Leszeks. Yeah, sometimes the renewing and striking follows some of those drone frigates and then they tend to come close. The payout is variable, but in T5 Firestorm in frigate it's usually around 180 million per site on average. Sometimes more when you get some nice mutaplasmids or electrical filaments, sometimes less when you only get red loot and some materials. But usually it's around 180 million average. Already reset the hardness because tanking those drones should be easy. gate. Aurora. And we go to the last room. We get drones. Glad that they help. Yeah, I'm already working on another guide that is probably coming around next week. And I don't have enough cargo. And I get 149 from this side. Let's take some new filaments and go to the next site. We start with a lot of dynamics. Some drones as well. Yeah, we can go straight for multi. There is a tower over here. Should kill the drone frigates. First starving dynamics have to go very quickly. So one is even down before I started neuting. Vice redeemed the Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator raffle. I kill some more dynamics until I stabilize here, and then I will start the giveaway. The worst stuff should be gone now. Starving Vedmek, and I start the giveaway now. So Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator exclamation mark raffle. Draw after this site. Thank you for following me, T-Boss. Welcome to the Abyss Master class. Let's start moving to the cache. Reset the reactives. Hello, Seer 23. We go to the second room. And we get Rodivas and Kikimoras. Blow the Damavik up. And it looks like number 3 is going to be the leader. Now, if you haven't registered your in-game name, you can just type !IGN. That's how you register your IGN. It's also worth mentioning that if you register it here, then it is registered for every streamer that uses the Eve to Twitch bot, not just me. Go to the last room. It can drop. Why does it not open? You don't have the cargo. So, last room. And we get again a lot of starving Demavics. Thank you for following Real Narian. Yeah, Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator is getting drawn after his sight. Exclamation mark raffle. Hello. It's going fine so far. Actually, the first one was very nice. Like 340 million ISK from the first site. This one gave 177. So, last chance to enter the giveaway. We will draw when docked Master Arm Cerebral Accelerator. So, giveaway closed, good luck everyone. And Pirates Go R is winning, congratulations. So you get the Master Arm Cerebral Accelerator. Contract is up. As my event one is about to run out. Yeah, then you already have the next one to take. Let's jump into the next site. And we start with drones. And hello, Rangas Live. Just grab it. Let's go to the second room. We get the Fialtes. Some frigates. Let's check the loot. Oh, and I'm already out of cargo. I can't take the materials from this can. I really wish the Retribution got more cargo, or the volume of the 0 points and the crystallizer chain gets reduced so that it is easier to loot all that stuff. Yes, it's a lot. mainly the crystallizogen and the 0 point condensate, the trick materials. Because that stuff eats your cargo up very quickly. Yeah, that could be an idea to have mutaplasmids for cargo expanders and stuff like that. That could be something that CCP could add. Mutaplasmids for cargo expanders, and maybe also for nanofibers, overdrives and stuff like that. That could also be interesting to have visceral or nanofiber on overdrive. Yeah, these have been added with the catalyst expansion, the gas harvesting mutaplasmids and other mining ones. We got 276 million from this side, which is pretty nice. Yeah, the mutaplasmids for all mining lasers, ice mining lasers, strip miners, and gas harvesters. Yes, gas scoops and gas harvesters. All harvesting modules except salvagers have a mutaplasmid. We have ice lasers, ice harvester, gas scoops and harvesters, the normal mining lasers and the strip miners. All of them have mutaplasmids. But all of them except the modulated strip miner aren't worth a lot. The rest is like, sometimes you can't even sell them in the market because no one is buying, but the modulated strip miner is somewhere between 80 and 100 million. Yes, from Firestorm you get armor-related mutaplasmids, from gamma shield-related mutas, from dark propulsion-related mutas, from exotic EVOR mutaplasmids, and from electrical cap-related mutaplasmids. The mutaplasmids for the mining lasers and damage modules drop from all weathers, and the drone mutaplasmid you get from the Concord Rook analysis beacons. All short crap. I didn't want to put that here. Yeah, that's where you get each muta from. And there are also damage control mutaplasmids. These you get from trick NPCs in Potch when they drop the damage control and assault damage control mutaplasmids. Oh, and smart bomb mutaplasmids, they depend on the resistance that gets lowered. For example, in Firestorm you get plasma smart bomb mutaplasmids, it does thermal damage. In Exotic, the Gravitation one, which was kinetic damage, and so on. There are no Mutaplasmid Smart Bomb Mutas from Darks right now. Yeah, the Smart Bomb Mutas have been around for like a year and a half or so. You're welcome. And we have drones. There is a suppressor. It speeds this room up. So I will just go there. And these suppressors speed up rooms with a lot of drone frigates. Yeah, it didn't even take 2 minutes, that first room. Let's go to the second. And we get a lot of starving Demavics again. Some drones. Just go to that tower. Kill those drones a little bit quicker. again out of cargo. So trucks are about to run out. So we have to take them again. And whenever these get close, the Vetmax, it is actually worth to use Gleam instead of multi-frequency. Do a little bit more DPS on them because they do more thermal than multi-frequency. Again, just to grab it. This run gave 193 million. Hello, die Nachtwachen.
Andockerlaubnis erbeten. Andockerlaubnis erteilt.
So, loot drop. Let's go to the next site. We start with Firestorms. Yeah, with one I shoot the Fialtes and with the tank I shoot those frigates to clear this room a bit more efficiently. We go to the second room. And we get Marshall. First we have to get rid of those arrestor ones, because you do not want to get wrapped in here. Then after that we kill the trainer. First one is down. Need a second trainer. Then we're gonna go for the trainer marshal. Oh, there's a trainer pacifier as well. I think we have to kill that one first. There's so much new pressure in here. And then Forcer switched again. So then we're gonna see what this can drop. We still have cargo. Then we go to the last room. We got sleeper stuff. So there we can just approach the can and chill a little bit. Killing those Aegis because they do almost as much damage as a cruiser. They are gonna go for the Fire Watcher. They also do a lot of damage. Is it not shooting? No, it shoots. Let's repair the Deacon as it gets damaged. Servers are coming close, so I kill them before they pull range. It's actually a good idea to kill the pre-servers early, because once everything is gone and only these are left, they will just burn in a straight line away from you. This one gave 143 million.
Warp-Antrieb aktiv.
And thank you for following Terra XV. Welcome to the Abyss Masterclass. And you get wet max. Tower. I think we stay here somewhere. Let's approach everything. Oh, nice, and the striking is coming close, which means that those harrowing will also come close, making this room a lot easier. I can even use Gleam here. At this range, they can basically not track anything here. Just don't kill that striking them a week before all those wet mechs are gone, because then they will pull range. Wet mechs are all gone now. How many rounds? Why? I don't know. I'm using this setup since like 2022 or even longer, I think. But I guess it's probably a 4-digit number for sure. But I don't know the exact number of runs. And in the second room we get Rome Battle Cruiser. But they are just sent that tank Retribution in because they do not switch target except for one. And that Retribution shouldn't have issues tanking a single battle cruiser. That one is shooting with multi-frequency, and with the tank I shoot Aurora. It's just a decayed glory. Last room, we get wet max. You have to get away from that tower. The Terroring is coming close. The Demavics are coming close. Should be fine once those starving Wetmechs are gone. Let's check the loot. 2000. 2000 what? We made 244 million in that run. If you mean the amount of runs with 2000, I think it's probably way more than 2000. Message to up the viewers. What do you mean? Let's enter new abyss. We start with Rodivas and drones. There's a suppressor in the middle. I've been running Red and Dig for a while, but I'll be trying out Hawks in Darks now. To be cut in your views and not as a bot. Do you use the cheap Hawks, or which Hawks are you going to use? Lucky walls fit. Yeah, they are actually very good. But I think the shield booster has become a little bit more expensive in the meantime, I think. I think I haven't run Triple Hawk since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, that's fine if it's 300 million. Yeah, I think Lucky Wells Fit can do T5 pretty reliably. But I guess in T6 Angel Rooms can become a problem. I stick to T4, that's a good idea. Doing T5 and T6 in your Gamma Guild, having a blast. It's nice to hear. And thank you for following, Condor. Let's just make sure that this battleship doesn't go into that speed cloud. And it was late with landing a web, and the frigate switched targets, which means that the battleship shouldn't switch targets, so I can actually try to stay close here. And it is about to go down. And thank you for following Sense8. So after this, gonna do one more site and then we are going to have a raffle. I have to drop some here because I don't have cargo to loot the rest. I made 160 million. So gonna do one more site and then we will have a raffle. And we start with drone battle cruiser. I don't remember anymore. I think when I first started triple boxing, I used 3 cheap throwaway hulks, I think. Yeah, that took a little bit time to get used to, but I don't remember exactly anymore. But I think it probably took a few months for sure, I think. And thank you for following Steve Boston. we get Sancha for a lot of lookouts. Let's kill the Smiths, then the newts are gone. The knight is in multi-frequency range. Gonna wreck it now. In the last room we get Lesheks. Just renewing and striking, they stay together. So this should be a rather easy Leshek room. Yeah, actually if they were starving or blinding then it would be much worse. But they are just renewing and strikings. They stay together. Just try to get behind the gate so we can try to keep them close to the gate. In this case they don't seem to follow a drone. Let's kill this one, as this is the leader, it looks like. Yeah, each ship has a specific name and that says what it does. For example, there is stuff like renewing, which does a lot of remote repair. Then there is like tangling that wraps, anchoring that has a scram and so on. I would recommend joining the Abyssal Lurker Discord. And then there is a cheat sheet with all the NPCs and their abilities. And hello, Jules. Yeah, it was actually made by Ashteroti, I think. Just try to look it up. There you have all that stuff what you're looking for. Let's kill the last Leszek. And we made 200 million from this run. Plus 60 million for that glory. So 260. I will now dock up, drop the loot, and then I will start a raffle. Don't enter now, I haven't started it yet. The bot tells when it starts. Sometimes people type exclamation mark raffle in the chat before I started it and then they wonder why am I not in. Wait until the bot tells that there is a raffle happening. So now the raffle is up. We are 73, which means 145 million ISK. And those watching on YouTube, the raffle is only on Twitch, so feel free to come over if you want to enter it as well. I will be AFK for around 10 to 15 minutes. In the meantime, join my Discord. Sign up for that partner skin. You have to comment an YouTube video with your character name. Post on the Arenas forum post. And if you buy on Marquee Dragon or Eve, use code Gustav. So I'm back. I think this means that we are about to draw a lucky winner, I guess. So then closing the raffle, good luck everyone. And Luedimus won, congratulations. So ISK has been sent. And I will just take some drugs. And then we get back into the action.
Warp-Antrieb aktiv.
And hello Xenotza. Und wir gehen Drone Battle Cruiser. There are a lot of healers in this room. By the way, sometimes people ask me how do I loot so fast. You can just press enter when the can is open. There are again a lot of newts in this room. Hello. Thunderchild helped a little bit with that Marshall. We go to the last room. We get Villa Wetmax. If these were normal Wetmax, I would go for the Wetmax first, but for the Villa it is different because they do less damage themselves, but their drones do a lot of damage. So in this case I kill the Damavix first and then the Wetmax. And hello, Eisen. You inspired me to start trading towards a Retribution Deacon fleet. Oh, that's nice to hear. And Dionysia gets a skin after this site. We see them on sec kill soon. Unless you have opted out that NPC losses get shown there. I think you can opt out that NPC losses don't get uploaded to sec kill. Ah, okay. Yeah, but I would of course start in lower tiers first, and it is less likely that these land on set kill. If you never run these setup. Yeah, it's a good idea to start cheap and in lower tiers first. That was a nice one, 272 million. Let's dock. Filament. Go to the next site. And hello, camping. Get your skin. We'll do that in warp. So contract for your skin is up. We start with wet mechs. They are in a speed cloud. These harrowings are coming close here. Yeah, there's no raffle up right now. Before taking the gate, you have to check that no ship is out of range of the gate. Looks good. Let's take it. And we get a room where we can approach the cache and chill. cargo is already full after 2 rooms. And the Retribution needs more cargo. Don't think it is worth to waste the rig slot to fit the cargo rig. Because I still need the DPS and the tank that these other rigs that I have give. Let's go for those wet mugs. Well, they can't track the Deacon at this range with that speed. Thank you for following Iazarus. So we made 208 million.
Andock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Andock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
Let's go to the next site. And we get Karen. Let's get to a close orbit around Karen. Let's go to the second room. And we get less checks. This time a lot of star wings. They all stop at muting. And the other two are following those drone frigates. Park already full after 2 runs. Let's go to the last room. And we get drones. In that case we can just approach the cache and chill a little bit, as they are all same DPS type. There is no raffle up right now. We made 191 million. And the scanner room where we can just approach the cache and chill. Why is everyone typing raffle in the chat? I mean, there is none up right now. did it not switch to multi? Got baited. For the drops you have to link your Twitch account on that site that the bot just linked. Drei Bratia. What's that? No time to scroll up in case there were 10 seconds left. Well, normally I wouldn't draw while I'm still in the abyss. I would draw once I have completed the site. Type exclamation mark website and then go to Firestorm frigates. There you find the feeds. You can adjust this setup to do electricals as well. On the website there should be a setup for electricals too. Yes, I can read Russian. But only read, not speak it. Yes, another stream with the mic today. I think we can already approach the cache. We shoot another wet mech. Abyss for Marauders. Yeah, I think that could be a good idea to also add abyssals for battleships. You can do them with one battleship, 2 battle cruisers, or attack T3C or 3 cruisers. That could be an interesting idea. Yeah, but obviously if you want abyssals for bigger ships, then you also have to adjust the NPCs, like for example the drone frigate or Ephialtes room wouldn't be so fun to do in a battleship. So there would definitely have to be different NPCs and probably also different clouds. Like there you probably don't speed tank it, so blue clouds are probably pointless there. Yeah, but it would be an interesting idea to have battleship-sized abyssals. 20 billion Barbaroga. Yeah, but what I would do, I probably would exclude Marauders, because then you can balance it also for like dual battle cruiser, or maybe even triple cruiser, dual tech 3C and so on. I guess Marauders, that would again already need different balance approaches and so on. So I would only do standard tech, maybe Black Ops plus pirate and navy battleships. Like, I mean, Tech 3Cs already can't enter cruiser abyss. I think, didn't CCP once show on a FanFest a Mutaplasmid where they modified an avatar? I think that could be interesting. I think on a FanFest they showed a Mutaplasmid for an avatar titan, but that was a few years ago already. Yeah, you have to look through the keynotes of some past FanFests. I think it could have been maybe like 3 years ago or so. And what also would be nice if they did battleship-sized abyss, would be a second gate in the last room for a battleship. Would really be interesting what kind of ships people would bring there. You googled what? Ah, yeah, I think it's somewhere hidden in a keynote or so. You have to go through old keynotes to find it. 132 million from that site. It's actually not that great.
Andock-Erlaubnis erhalten. Andock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
Well, the Abyss. This is a kind of a Dead Space pocket where you can basically enter from anywhere in Eve. Anywhere and whenever you want. There are 7 levels of the Abyss, starting from 0 and up to 6. T0 is the easiest, and you can do it with like a day 1 Tech 1 frigate, like a Kestrel or a Punisher, so can easily do T0, and then it goes all the way up to T6, where T6 are the hardest, obviously. And you can do them in 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers or 3 frigates. And if you do them in destroyers or frigates, then the site will pay more loot. And there are also 5 different weathers in the Abyss: Firestorm, Electrical, Exotic, Gamma and Dark. And each gives different bonuses and penalty. Firestorm, for example, lowers thermal resistance and increases armor HP. Electrical lowers EM resistance and increases cap recharge rate. Exotics reduce kinetic resistance and increase targeting speed. And Gamma lower explosive resistance and increase shield HP. And then Dark is a little bit different. It lowers turret optimal range and fall off and increases speed. And you fit the ship depending on the weather you're going to run. Like if you're going to do Darks, then you fit a missile ship, because missiles aren't affected by the penalty there. And if you, for example, do Gammas, then you have to make sure that you somehow plug your explosive hole. And their passive shield tanked fits are very strong, like the passive dealer with the shield HP bonus. And in electricals you do not have to fit so many cap modules because of the cap bonus there. And this is also why electricals are the most expensive, because they are so easy to do with the cap bonus. I wanna see how well Thunderchild works in the Abyss. Yeah, that would be interesting. It would also depend on what kind of NPCs they add in the Abyss. Like these, like the NPCs in Cruiser definitely don't work for Battleship. Like imagine you're in a battleship and fighting those small drones, that would be a pain. Unless you are in like a Rattlesnake or a Dominix or something with drones. Yeah, but you definitely would need new NPCs and new clouds and all that stuff. Yeah, but battleship-sized Abyss would be interesting. Of the Osamuda could apply to Abyss filaments. Not sure about that. I think that would be a little bit difficult to implement. Like I don't know how the Abyss actually works on the server, because there are like 200 different Abyss systems and each I think have their own effects. Like in Firestorm, you get into a system with the Firestorm effect and so on. I'm not sure how that would work, because then you would have to change the environment inside the abyss. I think that would be a bit too complicated to implement. Yeah, and with the fourth room, I'm not sure about that, because they are supposed to do 3 rooms. Unless you mean with the fourth room, that PvP room we once had, which was probably the greatest thing the Abyss used to have. Oh man, the times when the Abyss had 2 gates in the last room. And I remember spending nights abyssal rolling, batteries, armor repairs, entropics for my Ichthyosaurs. Here we go. Man, I missed that second gate. Yeah, I loved it too. Hi, I'm new on E4. Can we play together? Not right now. But if you want to do Abyssals together, I would recommend checking out the Abyssal Lurkers Discord. And then there is a role called Looking for Groups, or LFG, where there are peoples that might want to do Abyssals with other. And also, if you are new to EVE, I would recommend to get that free 1 million skill points if you haven't claimed that. Just have to click on that link and then log in with your existing account, and then you get 1 million skill points, which is if you are alpha worth like 40 days of training, or 20 days if you are omega already. Yeah, I have some videos talking about the basic. I would recommend to watch the progression guides, because there I go through all the different fits, from new player friendly day 1 fittings up to high tier end game abyss fits. Then I have 2 more videos, one that explains how the NPCs behave in the Abyss, and one how the Abyss works generally. I also recommend watching those. And of course I also have videos about missions and some older videos about Wormhole stuff if you think about getting into these activities. And we get Karen in a speed cloud. the web's already out of range. We're gonna go for the Newt cruisers. Karen is stuck in the speed cloud. Not for Marauders, only for the bar guest. I have an old video on my channel from around 2018 that shows level 5 missions. And thank you for following Zombie X Master. And another tip, if you are inside a speed cloud, turn off your AB so that you don't get yeeted out into the abyss. Like now with the AB, your AB off in the speed cloud, you have about the same speed as with the AB on outside the speed cloud. Whenever you have this kind of situation with a battleship stuck in a speed cloud, turn AB off if you go inside it. Minmotor ship, the Vagabond is a good ship for the Abyss, and the Munin as well. Vagabond and Munin are very popular. For the Vagabond, the dual XL large ASB fitting is very popular for gamers. And the Munin is popular in darks because it has an application bonus. Yeah, frigate-wise, the Rifter for T0, Sweep Pool for some low tier stuff, maybe the Wolf. I'm not sure about other Minmotor ships. Actually, the Corrupted often streams the Vagabond, and we made 185 million. Yeah, for the Vagabond I recommend to check out his channel. The Sacrilege is also very strong in darks. Sacrilege is a good ship for the Abyss. I made a video of the sacrilege in T4 Darks last summer. Yeah, sacrilege is a good chip for the Abyss. Yeah, the Vagabond actually needs some good piloting skills. If you're new to the Abyss, I would take a Gila. Like there's a cheap Gila known as the Power Tealer, which is decent for new players in Tier 2 to T3. And with very good skills you can also do T4 in it. And the whole fit is like 400 to 500 million. In T3 with a cruiser you make around 60 million per hour, and in T4 around 100 to 120 million. Depending on the ship that you use, nullsec rating can still make more than this. But from T5 it definitely beats nullsec rating. T5 is about the same income as splitting burner missions for Sisters of Eve, and T6 is about the income of level 5 missions. Yeah, but it still depends to which ship for an allsec rating you compare it. Like with an Ishtar you make less, but if you do super carrier rating then you obviously make much more ISK per hour. As far as I know, Ishtar rating is like 60 million per hour and super carrier like 300 to 400 million-ish per hour or so, depending on escalations, infection spawns and so on. Yeah, but it's like 10 years ago since I last did rating in allsec. Yeah, was it back in the days when we had 2 gates in the Abyss? I've been playing for 17 years now, since 2009. Yeah, started in March 2009. If you want hack Cerberus sacrilege, yeah, they are strong. Cerberus is also a good ship. I have a guide for Cerberus in T5 Exotic. Yeah, actually the Cerberus is very fast in exotics because it gets a kinetic damage bonus plus exotic lowers the kinetic resistance. And hello Zakiel. Yeah, Serb is very strong in exotics. And thank you for following Zakiel. We can just chill at the cache in this room. Hello Studley and Leonidus. Rarely I do. but not intentionally. Now then let's kill those pre-servers when they are nice and close. Ah yeah, with the Skybreaker, there the Deacon takes damage from the arc. And we made 228 million. Yeah, in the Skybreaker setups you have to take that into account for the logistic. And in other weathers you just have to pay attention what you are shooting. Yeah, the Serb can do up to T6 with a good fit, and there are some rooms that are difficult. It also depends if you're doing exotics or darks with it. Exotics are easier, of course, but angel rooms are hard for the Serb. And Karen, the wrecking shots can be a problem, especially for the dark where it doesn't have a hard, not just dual weapon, one EM rig. Yeah, but in T5 the Cerberus is very strong and clears them in like around 8 to 10 minutes most of the time. I wouldn't recommend dual boxing two different cruisers in two different sites, because that is very hard to manage. At least for me. There's no way in hell I'm going to try. Yeah, I know some people that dual box Stormbringers because they're easier. But even there are sometimes rooms that need a little bit more attention. What if you get like 4 or 5 starving Wetmax or Overmind, then you have to manage heat on both. I would say if you want to multi-box Abyssals, go for frigates. Like, I mean, dual boxing cruisers should give you about the same as if you dual box destroyers, and triple boxing frigates give even more. Yes, with the tank one I keep range, but the DPS one I send in close because only one of them switches targets, and so the DPS Retribution never has to tank more than one of them at the same time. That Stormbringer also puts damage on his enforcers so that they kill them a little bit quicker. have already dropped some loot in the second room because my cargo is full. If it feels easy, then you can go to T6 darks, but in T6 angel rooms can be a big challenge for the jackdaws. Are you using Lokival's fit for that or different one? First pick that one and then the 0 point. We made 201 million. Okay. Yeah, if you feel comfortable with these fits in T5, go to T6. By the way, I'm going to do one more site and then we will have the final raffle. Yeah, everyone loves one. Yeah, I said we are going to do one after the next site. Do you also use some bling implants on it? Mid-grade crystals and Synth, Lupil and Hardshell. For T6 I would recommend to go for a Pyrolance here, because a room that will take a lot of time in T6 with the Checkdowns is the Overmind. Not that you time out in it. And really make me want to do some Firestorms. Well, good luck with it. My tip, start in lower tiers first before moving up into high tiers. Learn now not to shoot my Deacon. Yeah, that's important. Very important. I would only replace the damage mods and not the launchers, because the launchers are extremely expensive and only add like 3% or so DPS. And you must also consider that those dual checkdowns actually will die if Karen or Overmind lands a wrecking shot on them, so I wouldn't bling them too much. And hello. last deep watcher. Then we go to the last room. We got the Fialtes. A few years ago I actually used to do dual checkdowns as well, I think with 2 tracking disruptors on them. But back then T6 dark filaments were almost free. Previously Hawk was thrown out of the room. I don't know, the game was like unresponsive for a few minutes and for everyone else it was too. then nothing reacted. We made 256 million. Then everything got thrown out of the room. The server was bugged or so.
Unlock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Unlock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
So, time for the final raffle. So we are 110 viewers, which means 150 million ISK in around 4 minutes. And this is the loot of today. It's around 3.5 billion that I made. We will draw in 3 minutes. I made 3.5 billion, as you can see here. That's all the loot of today. Meantime, I'm gonna check who we are going to raid afterwards. Those faction turrets can be worth making. Yeah, and glorified unstable BPCs. Yeah, but most of them is just worthless. What I do with all that is I usually make an auction. 1 million ISK start bid, run it 1 week and then take whatever I get after 1 week. Then we have 90 seconds left on the raffle for 150 million ISK. Also those watching on YouTube, come over to Twitch if you want to join the raffle. One minute left. The fits are all on this side on the Firestorm frigates. It's around 2 plus minus something. The Logi is actually the cheapest one. Deacon is like 200 mil and like 50 million implants. Not even 200 million for the Deacon. So 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Good luck, everyone. And Chantal Aubin won. Congratulations. $150 million ISK coming your way. And afterwards we're going to raid Lorumert. I think he hasn't been streaming for quite some time, so we're gonna raid him. But before we do the raid, join my Discord to not miss when I'm online next. You also find some more feeds there that aren't on my website. And much more. So join my Discord, it's free. Then, if you happen to do shopping on the Market Dragon or the Eve store, remember to use code Gustav. It helps the channel, and on Market Dragon you get a 3% discount on your purchase. There is still a Black sale with Gurista ship skins happening plus Federation election packs, so don't miss out on them. Then sign up for this partner skin raffle. You have to comment that YouTube video with your character name and then you are in. And that video is definitely worth a watch. It is something CCP needs to bring back. And with the stuff CCP needs to bring back, check out the Arena forum posts, like and comment in them if you feel like CCP should bring back that second gate and the proving grounds. Other than that, thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I will be back maybe tomorrow. Not sure about it yet, also not sure about Saturday, but Sunday for sure. So then have a good afternoon, good evening or morning, whatever it is for your time zone, and I'll see you next time.